Chapter 1. The storm that shouldn't have happened. The first thing Elias Vale learned about magic was that it had terrible timing. The second thing he learned was that magic, contrary to everything his grandmother had told him, was very real. The third thing was that when magic decided to appear in your life, it usually brought lightning with it. Elias discovered all three facts at exactly 11:47 on a Tuesday night. He was standing on the roof of his grandmother's house wearing one sock. Not two. One. The other was currently somewhere in the kitchen, attached to the foot of his grandmother's enormous orange cat, Marmalade, who had stolen it approximately 6 minutes earlier. "Give it back," Elias shouted. Marmalade stared at him through the rain. The cat was sitting on the chimney. The sock was in its mouth. Thunder rolled across the sky. Elias sighed. "You know, normal cats chase birds." Marmalade blinked. "Normal cats don't steal laundry." The cat continued staring. "Normal cats also don't sit on roofs during thunderstorms." Marmalade dropped the sock. It landed directly on Elias's face. "Thanks." The cat turned around and walked away. Elias pulled the wet sock from his face and looked toward the horizon. The storm was strange. That was the only word he could think of. Strange. The clouds had been gathering since sunset, but there had been no weather warning. No rain had been forecast. No thunderstorm was supposed to arrive. Yet the entire sky had turned black. Not dark. Black. There was a difference. Darkness still reflected the moon. This darkness seemed to swallow it. Elias had come onto the roof because his grandmother's old television had suddenly started displaying static, and then the lights downstairs had flickered 3 times. Then Marmalade had vanished. Whenever Marmalade vanished, something usually went wrong. That was simply a rule of the universe. Elias had followed the cat upstairs, through the attic window and onto the roof. Now he wished he hadn't, because there was something in the sky. At first Elias thought it was a bird, then a cloud, then perhaps a trick of the lightning. But as the shape moved closer, he realized none of those explanations made sense. It was enormous. 2 pale wings stretched across the clouds. For one impossible second, Elias saw the silhouette of a creature flying above the town. It looked almost like a dragon. Almost. Then lightning flashed. The creature disappeared. Elias stood completely still. His wet hair stuck to his forehead. His heart hammered against his ribs. Nope. He climbed toward the attic window. No. Another flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The creature was back. Closer. Much closer. Elias stopped. The thing had 4 wings. 4. Its body was long and silver, its eyes glowing like 2 tiny moons. And it was flying directly toward him. Elias forgot how to breathe. The creature opened its mouth. Something fell from the sky. It struck the roof. The entire house shook. Elias stumbled backward. A crack appeared in the roof tiles. Then another. Then a third. A blue light began leaking through them. Elias stared. What? The light spread across the roof in thin glowing lines. They formed a circle. Symbols appeared inside it. Runes. Elias Elias knew they were runes because his grandmother had filled the attic with books about them. He had never understood why. She had always told him they were simply old nonsense. The runes began rotating. Slowly at first, then faster. Elias took another step backward. The creature in the sky screamed. The sound was unlike anything he had ever heard. It wasn't an animal's cry. It sounded like 1,000 bells ringing underwater. The glowing circle suddenly expanded. A wave of blue light swept across the roof. It passed through Elias and stopped. Everything became silent. The rain froze in midair. Every drop, hundreds of tiny silver beads hanging motionless around him. Elias looked at one. It hovered inches from his hand. He could see his reflection inside it. Then he noticed something else. His reflection was smiling. Elias wasn't. His reflection raised its hand. Elias stared. The reflection touched the inside of the raindrop. A voice whispered behind him. Elias. He spun around. Nobody was there. Elias Vale. The voice came again. This time it was inside his head. He backed away. Who's there? The glowing runes beneath his feet began to change. One symbol disappeared. Then another. A final symbol appeared directly beneath him. It looked like an eye surrounded by flames. Elias recognized it. He had seen it before. In one of his grandmother's books. A book she had forbidden him to open. His stomach dropped. No. The symbol pulsed. A sharp pain exploded through his chest. Elias fell to his knees. Something burned beneath his skin. He grabbed his shirt. Light poured between his fingers. Blue. Then gold. Then black. The storm screamed. The creature screamed. And somewhere very far away, behind a world Elias had never known existed, an ancient bell rang for the first time in 1,000 years. Dash dash. Elias woke up on the kitchen floor. He was lying beside the refrigerator. His grandmother was standing over him. She was holding a frying pan. Not because she was cooking. Because she was apparently prepared to fight whatever had knocked her grandson unconscious with a piece of kitchen equipment. Elias, he groaned. Ow. His grandmother lowered the frying pan. Are you alive? I think so. Good. She helped him sit up. Then she slapped him. Elias stared at her. Did you just slap me? Yes. Why? To make sure you weren't a ghost. You could have asked. I did. Fair. His grandmother crouched beside him. She was 72 years old, short, silver-haired, and normally cheerful enough to argue with supermarket cashiers about the quality of their biscuits. She wasn't cheerful now. She looked terrified. Elias had never seen her look terrified. What happened? She asked. I don't know. Tell me exactly. There was a storm. I know. And Marmalade stole my sock. His grandmother closed her eyes. Elias. Right. Sorry. He took a breath. There was something in the sky. Her face changed. What did you see? A creature. What kind? I don't know. How many wings? Elias stared at her. 4. She went completely still. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then his grandmother stood. She walked to the kitchen window. Outside, the storm had vanished. The sky was perfectly clear. Stars covered the darkness. The town below was quiet. Too quiet. His grandmother whispered something Elias couldn't hear. Then she turned. "We need to leave." Elias blinked. "What? Now? Where?" "Anywhere that isn't here." "Grandma, it's midnight." "I know. There's school tomorrow." "There won't be school tomorrow." "Why?" She walked to the old wooden cabinet beside the fireplace. She opened it. Behind the plates and teacups was a hidden compartment. Elias had lived with her for 6 years. He had never seen it. She pulled out a small black box. The box was covered in silver symbols. Elias recognized the symbol on the lid. The burning eye. His chest suddenly hurt. His grandmother noticed. Her expression became grim. "So," she whispered, "the magic has awakened." Elias stared at her. "What magic?" She looked at him for a long time. Then she said the words that would change his life forever. "The magic your grandfather died trying to destroy." A knock came from the front door. 3 slow knocks. Elias and his grandmother both froze. Knock. 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 His grandmother whispered, "They found us." Elias swallowed. "Who?" She opened the black box. Inside was a silver key. The key was glowing. "People," she said, "who have been waiting 17 years for you to wake up." The front door shook. Once. Twice. Then something outside laughed. It wasn't human. His grandmother grabbed Elias's hand. "Whatever happens," she said, "don't let them take you." The door exploded inward, and the house disappeared beneath a wave of blue fire. Chapter 2. The door behind the fireplace. Elias had exactly 3 thoughts as the house disappeared beneath blue fire. The first was that his grandmother had been right. The second was that he was definitely going to miss school. The third was that Marmalade had probably stolen his other sock. Then the world turned upside down. Elias felt himself falling. Not backward. Not forward. Down. Except there was no down. There was only darkness, blue light, and the sensation of his stomach attempting to escape through his throat. His grandmother's hand was still wrapped around his. "Elias, I'm here. Don't let go." "I wasn't planning to." Something enormous roared behind them. Elias looked over his shoulder. The kitchen was gone. His house was gone. The town was gone. Behind him stretched a tunnel made entirely of blue fire. Something was moving through it. A shadow. 4 enormous wings. The same creature from the storm. It was chasing them. "Grandma." "I know." "Is that the thing from the roof?" "Yes." "Is it dangerous?" "Very." "Is it on our side?" "No." "That's not what I wanted to hear." His grandmother pulled him through the darkness. They landed hard. Elias hit something soft. He opened his eyes. A carpet. A very ugly carpet. He rolled onto his back. His grandmother landed beside him. For several seconds neither moved. Then Elias whispered, "Are we dead?" "No." "How do you know?" "Because I can still feel my knees." Elias sat up. He immediately wished he hadn't. The room was enormous. They were inside a circular stone chamber filled with books, glowing candles, strange metal instruments, and shelves stacked with objects Elias couldn't begin to identify. A miniature storm cloud floated inside a glass jar. A golden fish swam through empty air. A pair of boots walked across a table by themselves. And hanging above the fireplace was a painting of a woman who appeared to be sleeping. Elias stared at it. The woman's eyes suddenly opened. He screamed. The woman in the painting screamed too. Then she pointed at him. "Who is that?" Elias pointed back. "Who are you?" "That's rude. You started it." His grandmother sighed. "Both of you, stop." The woman in the painting crossed her arms. "He looks like Thomas." Elias's grandmother went silent. Elias noticed. "Who is Thomas?" Nobody answered. The woman in the painting looked away. His grandmother stood. "We don't have time." She walked toward the fireplace. Elias followed. "What is this place?" "A refuge." "For what?" "People like us." Elias frowned. "People who get attacked by blue fire. People who know about the world beyond the veil." "What veil?" His grandmother placed her palm against the stone above the fireplace. The wall shimmered. A doorway appeared. Elias stared. There had not been a door there a second ago. His grandmother turned toward him. The world you know is only half of what exists. She opened the door. Beyond it was a city. Elias forgot to breathe. The city stretched beneath a violet sky. Towers of white stone rose higher than skyscrapers. Bridges floated between buildings. Hundreds of glowing lanterns drifted through the air. People walked along streets paved with silver stone. Some had pointed ears. Some had horns. Some had wings. One man appeared to be made entirely of smoke. A girl rode past on a broom while arguing with a dragon no bigger than a dog. Elias stared. His grandmother smiled sadly. "Welcome to Aurelia." Elias looked at her. "You've been here before." "Many times." "You knew this existed?" "Yes." "You knew magic was real?" "Yes." "You knew I could do magic?" "I hoped you couldn't." Elias looked through the doorway again. "Why?" His grandmother didn't answer. A loud bell rang somewhere in the city. People stopped walking. Every floating lantern went dark. The sky changed. Violet became red. A deep rumble passed through the streets. His grandmother's expression hardened. "No." "What?" She grabbed his shoulder. "Stay here." "Grandma." "Do not follow me." She stepped through the doorway. Elias hesitated. Then, naturally, he followed her. He had inherited many qualities from his grandmother. Listening was not one of them. Aurelia smelled like rain, smoke, and something sweet. Elias stepped onto the silver street. The moment his foot touched the ground, 100 people turned toward him. Someone dropped a basket of glowing fruit. A woman with blue skin whispered something to the person beside her. A child pointed at Elias. Human. The word spread through the crowd. Human. 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 Elias suddenly felt very conspicuous. Grandma. She kept walking. Elias, stay close. People are staring. I know. Why? Because humans haven't walked openly in Aurelia for a very long time. How long? Almost 300 years. Elias nearly tripped. What? Before his grandmother could explain, something landed on his head. He screamed. A small black creature crawled through his hair. Get it off. His grandmother looked up. It's not dangerous. It has 6 legs. That doesn't make it dangerous. It has 6 eyes. Still not dangerous. It just bit me. That part is unfortunate. Elias grabbed the creature. It hissed. He dropped it. It landed on the ground, shook itself, and transformed. A boy stood where the creature had been. He looked about 16. He had messy silver hair, golden eyes, and a dark green coat. He also had 6 tiny black horns. Elias stared. The boy stared back. You dropped me. You were in my hair. Yes. Why? I was hiding. From what? The boy pointed at Elias. Apparently from you. Elias opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. His grandmother interrupted. Rowan. The boy bowed. Lady Vale. Elias looked at his grandmother. You know him. Unfortunately. Rowan smiled. I prefer charming acquaintance. I prefer annoying criminal, his grandmother said. Both are technically correct. A horned woman approached them. She wore silver armor and carried a sword that appeared to be made from light. She looked at Elias, then at his grandmother, then at Rowan. Her hand moved toward her sword. Lady Vale, she said quietly. You shouldn't have brought him here. I didn't have a choice. The woman looked at Elias. Is it awakened? His grandmother nodded. The woman's face went pale. Then the veil is already weakening. Elias frowned. What does that mean? Nobody answered. The woman looked toward the sky. Far above the city, something black moved among the clouds. 4 wings. Elias recognized it immediately. The creature followed us. The armored woman drew her sword. No. She shook her head. That isn't the creature. Elias looked up. The shadow grew larger. His grandmother whispered, It's an omen. The sky cracked. A line of black light appeared from horizon to horizon. Then a voice spoke across Aurelia. Every person in the city heard it. Every creature. Every living thing. The voice was ancient, cold, and impossibly patient. The last gate has opened. The city erupted into panic. People ran. Bells rang. Magical barriers rose around buildings. The armored woman shouted orders. His grandmother grabbed Elias. Run. Where? To the palace. Why? Because that's where the answers are. Rowan appeared beside them. Actually, he said, the palace is currently being attacked. Elias stopped. What? Rowan smiled nervously. So I suggest somewhere else. His grandmother stared at him. Where? Rowan pointed down a narrow alley. The old library. His grandmother's eyes narrowed. The forbidden library. Exactly. Absolutely not. It's safer than the palace. Nothing is safer than the palace. A distant explosion shook the city. A tower collapsed. Rowan raised an eyebrow. Still feel that way? His grandmother sighed. No. She grabbed Elias's arm. Run. Dash dash. The old library was hidden beneath a bakery. This was the first thing Elias found suspicious. The second was that the baker was a 12-foot-tall woman with purple skin. The third was that she charged them 3 silver coins for entrance. I don't have silver coins, Elias said. The baker looked at his grandmother. He doesn't. No. Then he's either very poor or very new. Both, Elias said. The baker smiled. I like him. She moved aside. A staircase appeared beneath the bakery counter. Elias followed Rowan downward. How far does this go? Nobody knows. That's reassuring. It gets worse. How? Sometimes it goes somewhere else. Elias looked at him. Somewhere else. Yes. Like where? Last week it led to a beach. That's not terrible. There were sharks. Magic sharks. Library sharks. Elias frowned. What is a library shark? You'll know when you see one. They reached the bottom. A vast underground chamber opened before them. Books filled every wall. Millions of them. Some were chained. Some floated. Some whispered. One book flew past Elias's face and shouted, "Get out." Elias ducked. Why did it yell at me? Rowan shrugged. Probably knows something about you. That's not comforting. His grandmother walked toward a large circular table. At its center was a stone sphere. It was cracked. Black smoke seeped from the cracks. She placed both hands on it. The sphere began glowing. A map appeared in the air. Aurelia. The hidden world. And around it, 7 enormous circles. Elias recognized the symbol at the center. The burning eye. What is that? His grandmother stared at the map. The 7 gates. Rowan's expression changed. You said there were 6. There were. Then what's the 7th? His grandmother looked at Elias. The one inside him. Silence. Elias felt cold. What does that mean? She reached for him. Elias stepped back. No. Elias. You've been lying to me. I was protecting you. From what? The truth. That's not an answer. His grandmother's eyes filled with tears. For the first time, Elias saw something in her expression that frightened him more than the creatures outside. Regret. Your grandfather was a guardian of the veil, she said. He was one of 7. Elias listened. He discovered that the veil wasn't simply a barrier. It was a prison. Rowan slowly stepped closer. For what? His grandmother looked at the black smoke rising from the sphere. The Hollow King. Every candle in the library went out. A voice whispered from the darkness. Finally, Elias froze. A pair of golden eyes opened between the bookshelves. Rowan grabbed his arm. "Don't move." "Why?" "Because that isn't a book." Something stepped from the darkness. It was tall, thin, wrapped in a black cloak. Its face was hidden beneath a porcelain mask. 7 golden cracks ran across the mask. The creature raised one hand. The library shook. His grandmother shouted, "Run!" Elias ran. He had never been particularly athletic, but fear was apparently an excellent personal trainer. Books exploded behind him. Shelves collapsed. Rowan sprinted beside him. Left. Elias turned left. Right. He turned right. Up. There is no up. There will be. They reached a dead end. Elias stopped. Rowan looked at the wall. Ah. Ah. I may have made a mistake. You think? The masked creature emerged from the darkness. His grandmother stepped between them. She raised her hands. Blue light erupted around her. The creature laughed. Marina Vale. Her grandmother stiffened. You remember me? I remember everyone who betrayed the Hollow King. The creature raised its hand. A black beam shot toward them. Elias reacted without thinking. He stepped forward. Something inside his chest opened. The world stopped. The black beam froze. The creature froze. Rowan froze. His grandmother froze. Even the dust in the air stopped moving. Elias looked at his hands. They were glowing. Not blue. Not gold. Black. A strange symbol appeared on his palm. The burning eye. The creature slowly turned its head. For the first time, it sounded afraid. No. Elias heard a voice inside himself. Not his grandmother. Not the creature. Something older. Something vast. It whispered, "Open." Elias closed his fist. The entire library exploded with light. Dash dash. When Elias woke, he was falling. Again. He was beginning to dislike this particular method of transportation. He hit something cold. Ow! A voice groaned beneath him. Get off me! Elias looked down. Rowan was lying on the floor. Elias had landed directly on his stomach. Sorry. You weigh more than you look. Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. Elias stood. He looked around. They were in a forest. A very strange forest. The trees were silver, the leaves were transparent. Tiny blue lights floated between the branches. Rowan slowly stood. Where are we? Elias looked around. Didn't your magical knowledge tell you? No. You seemed confident earlier. I was lying. You're terrible. I've been told. A rustling came from behind them. Elias turned. A small creature stepped from the bushes. It looked like a fox, except it had antlers and wings and 3 tails. It stared at Elias. Elias stared back. The creature sneezed. A spark of blue fire shot from its nose. Rowan smiled. Oh. What? That's interesting. What? It likes you. The creature walked toward Elias. It sniffed his hand, then licked his palm. The black symbol disappeared. Elias felt a strange warmth in his chest. What's its name? Rowan laughed. You name it? Why me? Because it chose you. Elias crouched. The creature tilted its head. He thought for a moment, then smiled. How about Ember? The creature chirped. A tiny flame appeared above its head. Rowan nodded. Ember it is. Elias looked toward the silver trees. For the first time since the storm, he felt something other than fear. Wonder. Then a distant horn sounded. Rowan's smile vanished. What? Someone found us. Who? He looked into the forest. The king's hunters. Elias swallowed. Are they coming for me? Rowan nodded. Yes. Why? Rowan hesitated. Because you're not just the person who awakened forbidden magic. He looked at the black mark that had appeared on Elias's palm. You're the key to the seventh gate. A second horn sounded. Closer. Ember growled. Elias looked at the darkness between the trees. Then he smiled. All right. Rowan stared at him. All right what? Elias picked up a fallen branch. I suppose we'd better find out what's behind it. Rowan blinked. That's your plan. No. Good. I don't have a plan. Much better. Elias started walking. Rowan followed. Ember bounded beside them. Behind them, the forest began to whisper. and somewhere beneath the roots of Aurelia, something ancient opened its eyes. The adventure had begun. Chapter 4 The Witch Who Stole a Moon. Myra Thorne had 3 rules. Elias learned all 3 within 5 minutes. The first rule was never touch anything in her workshop. The second rule was never open a locked door. The third rule was never ask why there was a moon in her basement. Naturally, Elias broke all 3. The first happened when he accidentally knocked over a glass jar. The jar screamed. The second happened when Ember opened a locked cupboard with his nose. The third happened approximately 30 seconds later. Elias stood at the bottom of the staircase, staring at a small silver moon floating inside a glass sphere. It was no larger than a basketball. Clouds moved across its surface. Tiny storms flickered over its craters. Elias pointed. "Why is there a moon in your basement?" Myra looked at him. "You weren't supposed to ask." "I know. Then why did you?" "Because there's a moon in your basement." Myra sighed. "Fair." Rowan leaned against the wall. "I told you she was strange." Myra threw a spoon at him. It transformed into a bird halfway through the air. Rowan ducked. The bird crashed into the wall. "Hey. That's for calling me strange." "I called you strange because you keep a moon in your basement." "Technically, I borrowed it." Elias stared. "You stole the moon." Myra shrugged. "Only a small piece." "From where?" "The sky." "That's not an answer." "It was the answer you got." Elias looked at Rowan. "Are all witches like this?" "No." Myra smiled. "Only the interesting ones." Before Elias could respond, the house shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. The moon inside the glass sphere flickered. Myra's smile vanished. "They found us." Rowan straightened. "How many?" "Enough." "That's not a number. It's the number that matters." Elias looked toward the stairs. "Who are they?" Myra walked toward a wooden table covered in maps. "People who believe you should never have awakened." She unrolled a map. It showed Aurelia. But unlike the map Elias had seen in the library, this one contained hundreds of symbols. Myra pointed toward a black circle. "The Hollow King's servants have been searching for the seventh gate for centuries." Elias folded his arms. "Why?" "Because the seventh gate is the only gate they can't open." "Why not?" "Because it isn't a gate." Elias frowned. "What is it?" Myra looked at him. "You." Silence. Ember sneezed. A small flame appeared. Elias stared at the fox. "Even he thinks that's ridiculous." Myra ignored him. "The first 6 gates are places. Ancient structures built before Aurelia was divided from the human world." She pointed at 6 locations. The 7th was different. "What happened to it?" Myra hesitated. "It was placed inside a living vessel." Elias's stomach tightened. "My grandfather." "No." Myra looked at him carefully. "Your grandfather was the guardian." Elias waited. "Then who was the vessel?" Myra's eyes moved to the black mark on Elias's hand. "You." Elias said nothing. His grandmother had told him the truth. Or part of it. but hearing it from someone else made it feel more real. How? Myra walked toward an old bookshelf. She pulled out a thin book. The cover was made from black leather. There was no title. She placed it on the table. The seventh gate was never meant to open. She opened the book. Inside was a drawing of a young boy. Elias recognized him immediately. His grandfather. But the picture was strange. The boy stood inside a circle of fire. 7 people surrounded him. One of them looked exactly like Elias. Elias's breath caught. That's impossible. Myra nodded. That's what everyone thought. She turned the page. Another image appeared. This one showed a woman holding a baby. Elias stared. His grandmother. And the baby was him. Beneath the image was a sentence written in an ancient language. Myra translated. The vessel shall be born without magic. Elias swallowed. Then why did mine awaken? Myra closed the book. That's what we're going to find out. A tremendous crash came from above. The house shook again. Rowan drew a short silver blade. How much time? Myra looked toward the ceiling. 3 minutes. That's not enough. It'll have to be. Elias looked between them. What are we doing? Myra grabbed a leather bag. Leaving. Through the front door. No. Back door. No. Window. No. She pointed at the moon. Through that. Elias stared. The stolen moon. The borrowed moon. There's a difference. Legally, yes. She pulled a silver key from her pocket. The glass sphere opened. The tiny moon expanded. It grew from basketball size to the size of a room. Then a doorway appeared across its surface. Beyond the doorway was darkness. Myra smiled. "After you." Elias looked at Rowan. "Is this safe?" "No." "Wonderful." He stepped through. The darkness was cold. For a moment, Elias couldn't see anything. Then his feet touched stone. He looked around. They were standing inside an enormous cavern. Stars glittered overhead. Not painted stars. Real ones. They floated beneath a transparent ceiling. A river of blue light flowed through the cavern. Myra stepped through behind him. Rowan followed. Ember bounded through last. The moon shrank behind them. The doorway vanished. Elias stared upward. "Where are we?" Myra looked around. The Undercity. The what? The city beneath Aurelia. Rowan smiled. The place everyone says doesn't exist. Elias looked at the glowing river. Doesn't it? It shouldn't. That's becoming a theme. They walked beside the river. After several minutes, Elias noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dust. Hundreds. Thousands. Some were human. Others weren't. Myra stopped. She crouched. "These are fresh." Rowan drew his blade. "How fresh?" Myra touched one. "Minutes." Ember growled. Something moved beneath the water. A pale shape. Then another. Elias stepped backward. "What lives in there?" Myra didn't answer. A hand suddenly broke through the glowing river. Elias screamed. The hand grabbed the stone edge. A figure pulled itself out. It was a boy. He was soaked. His hair was white. His skin was pale. And his eyes were completely silver. He looked at Elias, then smiled. Finally, Elias stared. "Do I know you?" The boy shook his head. "No." "Then why are you happy to see me?" "Because I've been waiting." "For me?" "For the seventh gate." Myra raised her wand. "Who are you?" The boy ignored her. He looked directly at Elias. "You have his eyes." "Whose?" The boy smiled. "The Hollow King's." The cavern went silent. Elias's black mark began to burn. Myra whispered, "Back away." Elias couldn't move. The boy raised his hand. "I know what you're going to ask." Elias swallowed. "What?" "Why does the forbidden magic live inside you?" The boy smiled. "Because your grandfather didn't put it inside you." He stepped closer. It was already there. Chapter 5. The Boy from the River. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Then Rowan did what Rowan apparently did best. He asked the question everyone else was afraid to ask. "Are you a ghost?" The silver-eyed boy looked offended. "No." "A spirit?" "No." "A vampire?" "No." "A particularly unpleasant fish?" The boy frowned. "What?" Rowan shrugged. "You came out of a river." "I live there." "That doesn't make it better." Myra lowered her wand slightly. "What's your name?" The The boy looked at her. Kale. Just kale. Just kale. Family name. I don't have one. Where are you from? The Old Kingdom. Myra's expression changed. What Old Kingdom? Kale looked toward the dark cavern. The kingdom that existed before Aurelia. Elias felt a chill. Myra stepped closer. That's impossible. Kale smiled. So I've been told. He looked at Elias again. The Hollow King isn't trying to destroy Aurelia. Elias frowned. Then what does he want? Kale answered quietly. To come home. The cavern trembled. A distant sound echoed through the tunnel. Something was approaching. Kale turned. They're here. Myra raised her wand. How many? Kale listened. 20. Rowan smiled. I can handle 20. Myra looked at him. You couldn't handle 3. 2.5. You tripped over the third. He had a very aggressive shoe. Elias almost laughed. Then the first shadow appeared. A creature crawled across the cavern wall. It had 6 legs. A long black body. And a white mask covering its face. Then another appeared. Then 10 more. Myra raised her wand. Stay behind me. Elias stepped forward. No. Everyone looked at him. He didn't know why he had said it. He simply knew that something inside him had begun to awaken again. The black symbol on his palm glowed. Kale stared. Don't. Elias looked at him. Don't what? Use it? Why? Because you don't know what you're carrying. One of the masked creatures lunged. Elias raised his hand. Black fire erupted. The creature vanished. The others stopped. Elias stared at his palm. The flames were silent. They didn't burn the stone. They didn't burn the air. They simply existed, waiting. The creatures retreated. Myra whispered, "They're afraid." Rowan looked at Elias. "That's new." Elias lowered his hand. "Maybe we should run." Myra nodded. "Excellent idea." They ran. Dash dash. The tunnels beneath the Undercity twisted like a maze. Cale led them. He seemed to know every passage. Left. They turned. Down. They descended a staircase. "Don't touch the walls." Elias looked at the walls. "Why?" "Because they remember." Elias immediately stopped touching the wall. Behind them came the sound of claws. Myra shouted, "Faster!" They reached a massive stone door. Cale placed his hand against it. Nothing happened. He frowned. "What's wrong?" Myra asked. "The door won't open." "Why?" "It only opens for someone who belongs to the Old Kingdom." Everyone looked at Elias. Elias sighed. "Of course." He stepped forward. He placed his hand against the stone. The door opened instantly. Beyond it was a chamber filled with statues. 7 statues. Each one represented a person. The first held a sword. The second held a crown. The third held a book. The fourth held a staff. The fifth held a mirror. The sixth held a key. The seventh had no face. Elias approached it. The statue moved. Stone cracked. A hand emerged. Then another. The faceless statue stepped from its pedestal. Elias backed away. The statue pointed toward him. A voice filled the chamber. Bearer. Elias swallowed. Yes. Do you seek the truth? Honestly. The statue nodded. No. Rowan laughed. The statue remained completely serious. Elias sighed. Fine. Yes. Then remember this. The statue raised one stone finger. The Hollow King was never your enemy. Elias frowned. Then who is? The statue's head slowly turned toward the ceiling. The people who built the veil. Myra went pale. What? The statue continued. They did not build the veil to protect Aurelia from the Hollow King. Elias felt the air grow cold. They built it to protect the Hollow King from Aurelia. The chamber shook. A crack opened in the floor. Black light poured upward. Cale stepped backward. No. Myra whispered, "That's impossible." The statue began to crumble. Its final words echoed through the chamber. Find the first gate. Then it turned to dust. Elias looked at the others. What is the first gate? Cale stared at him. The place where the veil began. Where is that? Cale pointed upward. Above us. Elias looked toward the ceiling. There's nothing there. Cale smiled. That's the problem. Chapter 6. The First Gate. The old kingdom was buried beneath Aurelia. That was the first secret. The second was that Aurelia itself had been built on top of it. The third was that nobody in Aurelia was supposed to know. Myra explained this while they climbed a staircase that seemed to have no end. Thousands of years ago, the Old Kingdom ruled this entire realm. What happened to it? The veil. Again with the veil. It's important. So I've noticed. Myra glanced at him. You joke too much. I'm terrified. That's fair. They continued upward. Rowan walked beside Elias. So, you've got forbidden magic. Apparently. And a mysterious connection to the Hollow King. Apparently. And you've just been told the entire history of Aurelia is probably a lie. Yes. Rowan smiled. You're taking this surprisingly well. Elias shrugged. I was expecting a boring summer. They reached the top. A door stood before them. Unlike every other door they'd encountered, this one was completely ordinary. Wood. Iron handle. No glowing runes. No ancient symbols. Myra looked at Elias. Open it. Why me? Because everything strange seems to happen when you touch things. That's not a compliment. It's not meant to be. Elias opened the door. Sunlight flooded the staircase. They stepped outside. Elias froze. They were standing in the middle of a field. Above them was a blue sky. Clouds drifted lazily. Birds flew overhead. The forest behind them was gone. So was Aurelia. They were back in the human world. Elias stared. No. Myra looked around. That's impossible. Rowan crouched. He touched the grass. Real. Elias looked toward the horizon. A familiar town appeared in the distance. His town. His home. His grandmother's house. Except there was one problem. The house was burning. Elias ran. Elias. Myra followed. Rowan shouted after them. Wait. They sprinted across the field. The closer they got, the more obvious it became. The house wasn't actually burning. It was covered in blue light. The front door stood open. Elias stopped. His grandmother's car was outside. The windows were broken. The garden was destroyed. Marmalade was sitting on the roof. The cat looked at Elias, then calmly licked one paw. Elias stared. You survived. Marmalade yawned. Elias looked at Myra. That's my grandmother's cat. Myra nodded. Then why does he have a crown? Elias looked again. There was indeed a tiny silver crown on Marmalade's head. The cat jumped from the roof. He landed on the ground, then transformed. Elias nearly fell over. The enormous orange cat became an old man. He had white hair, a long green coat, and an expression of extreme irritation. Finally, the old man said, "You're late." Elias stared. "You're Marmalade." "Unfortunately." "You're a person." "Occasionally." "You're a king." The old man sighed. "That is a complicated question." Elias pointed at him. "You stole my socks." The old man looked offended. "Those socks were beneath my dignity." Elias stared. "You're insane." The old man smiled. Perhaps. Then his smile vanished. But your grandmother is gone. Everything inside Elias went cold. Where? The old man pointed toward the forest. They took her. Who? The people who built the veil. Myra stepped forward. That's impossible. The old man looked at her. No. He turned toward the dark forest. It's finally begun. Elias looked at the trees. What has? The old man answered, the war between the hidden world and the world above it. He looked directly at Elias. And you're standing in the middle. Elias clenched his fist. The black symbol appeared. This time, it didn't frighten him. It burned like a promise. I'm getting her back. The old man smiled. Good. He turned into Marmalade again. The cat walked toward the forest. Elias followed. Rowan sighed. Does anyone else think this is going to end badly? Myra nodded. Definitely. Elias looked back. Coming. Rowan smiled. Of course. Myra followed. 3 humans and 1 impossible cat disappeared into the trees. Above them, hidden behind the clouds, 7 enormous symbols began to glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then the 7th. The veil had begun to crack. Chapter 7. The village that forgot the sun. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. Elias had learned that quiet was rarely a good sign in Aurelia. In the ordinary world, silence usually meant nothing was happening. In the magical world, silence meant something was probably waiting for you. Marmalade led the way. As a cat, he was considerably less impressive than he had been as an old man. He was also considerably more annoying. Every few minutes he stopped to lick his paw. Then he looked back at Elias as if expecting everyone to admire him. Elias finally lost patience. "Do you actually know where we're going?" Marmalade looked at him. "Meow. That's not an answer." "Meow. You're doing that deliberately." Marmalade continued walking. Rowan laughed. "I like him." "You shouldn't." "Why?" "He ate my birthday cake when I was 12. Marmalade looked back. Elias pointed. "See, he remembers." Myra smiled. "You've known him a long time." Unfortunately, the trees began thinning. A road appeared ahead. It was old, cracked, covered in moss. At the end of it stood a village. Elias stopped. There was something wrong with it. The houses were intact. The windows were open. Smoke rose from chimneys. Clothes hung from washing lines. Yet there wasn't a single person outside. Not one. Myra raised her wand. "Stay close." They entered the village. The first house had a door hanging open. Inside was a table set for dinner. 4 plates. 4 cups. 4 chairs. The food was still warm. Elias touched a bowl. Steam rose from it. Someone was just here. Rowan looked around. Then where did they go? Marmalade growled. A bell rang. Elias jumped. The village clock tower showed noon. But the sun was setting. Elias looked upward. The sky had turned orange, then purple, then black. The sun disappeared. Myra whispered, "This village is trapped." Trapped how? In a single day. What does that mean? Every morning, the village forgets the previous day. Rowan frowned. And the people, they forget too. Elias stared at the empty streets. Then where are they? A voice answered behind him. In their homes. Elias turned. An old woman stood in the middle of the road. She was holding a lantern. "Don't stay outside after sunset." Myra stepped forward. "Who are you?" The woman smiled. "I don't know." Elias blinked. "What?" "I forget every night." She looked toward the sky. "The sun will return soon." "But it's night time." "I know." She smiled. "That's the problem." The bell rang again. The woman disappeared. Elias stared. Did she just vanish? Myra nodded. "Yes." "Can we leave?" "No." "Why?" "Because the village is surrounded." Elias looked toward the road. Black mist had appeared between the trees. It surrounded the entire village. Rowan frowned. "That's not normal." Myra shook her head. "No." The mist moved closer. Something walked inside it. Tall. Thin. Human-shaped. Elias felt the mark on his palm burning. Marmalade hissed. The figure stopped. Then it spoke. "Bearer." Elias stepped forward. "Who are you?" The figure removed its hood. There was no face beneath it. Only darkness. "We are the keepers." Myra's expression changed. The Veil Keepers. The figure nodded. We have come for the vessel. Elias looked at his hand. Me. Yes. Can I say no? No. Then I say no. The figure raised its hand. The mist surged forward. Myra shouted, "Run!" They ran. Dash, dash. The village became a maze. Every street led somewhere different. Every house seemed to move. Doors changed places. Windows disappeared. The clock tower followed them. No matter where they went, it was always noon. Then midnight. Then noon again. Elias turned a corner. Suddenly he was standing in his grandmother's kitchen. He froze. Grandma. She stood beside the fireplace. She looked exactly as she had that morning. Elias. He ran toward her. She smiled. I knew you'd come. He stopped. Something felt wrong. Where are you? She didn't answer. Are you real? She smiled again. No. Elias's heart sank. A memory. His grandmother nodded. Part of the veil. Where is the real you? Far away. Are you hurt? I don't know. Elias clenched his fists. I'll find you. I know. She stepped closer. Listen carefully. Her voice became quieter. The first gate isn't a place. Elias frowned. Then what is it? It's a person. Who? His grandmother smiled sadly. You. The kitchen shattered. Elias fell through darkness. He landed in the village square. Rowan and Myra were standing nearby. Myra grabbed his shoulder. "What happened?" "I saw my grandmother." "Where?" "Inside the veil." Myra went pale. "Then we've been looking in the wrong place." "What do you mean?" "The veil isn't just hiding Aurelia." She looked at the sky. "It's hiding pieces of people." A deep bell rang. The village changed. Every house door opened simultaneously. Hundreds of villagers stepped outside. Their eyes were closed. They all spoke together. "Wake the first gate." Elias's mark erupted with black fire. The villagers opened their eyes. Every single one looked at him. Marmalade stepped forward. The cat transformed into the old man. His expression was grim. "Run." Elias looked at him. "Why?" The old man drew a sword. "Because the village has remembered." The villagers began running toward them. Dash dash. Chapter 8. The Guardian of the First Gate. The villagers weren't attacking. At least, Elias hoped they weren't. They were simply running. Hundreds of them. Men. Women. Children. All moving toward Elias with the same empty expression. Rowan looked terrified. "What's happening?" Myra shook her head. "I don't know." Marmalade raised his sword. "Nobody touch him." The first villager reached them. He stopped. Then bowed. "Eighth born." Elias frowned. "What?" Another villager bowed. "Eighth born." Then another. And another. Soon the entire village was kneeling. Elias stared. "Why are they calling me that?" Marmalade looked away. Elias noticed. You know. No. You definitely know. Not everything. Enough. Marmalade sighed. You have inherited something. What? The first guardian's blood. Elias looked at his hands. My grandfather. No. Then who? Marmalade looked toward the clock tower. The first guardian was a woman. Who? Marmalade didn't answer. The clock struck 13. The entire village disappeared. Not vanished. Changed. The houses became ruins. The streets became stone. The sky turned gray. And in the center of the village stood a gigantic tree. Its branches reached into the clouds. Its trunk was covered in thousands of names. Myra whispered, "The memory tree." Rowan stared. I thought it was a legend. Marmalade nodded. It was. Elias stepped closer. One name was glowing. His name. Elias Vale. Beneath it were 2 dates. His birth. And a date 3 days from now. Elias stared. What does that mean? Nobody answered. He touched the tree. The world disappeared. Dash dash. Elias stood on a battlefield. Fire covered the horizon. Thousands of magical creatures fought beneath a black sky. At the center stood a woman. She had silver hair. A crown of white fire floated above her head. She held a sword. Beside her stood Elias's grandfather. But he wasn't old. He was young. The woman turned toward him. The veil must be raised. Elias's grandfather shook his head. It will imprison us. It will protect us from the Hollow King. The woman looked toward the battlefield. No. She looked directly at Elias. From ourselves. The vision changed. The woman stood before 7 gates. One by one, she sealed them. Then she walked toward the 7th. Elias followed. The woman turned. For the first time, Elias saw her face. His heart stopped. She looked exactly like him. Not similar. Exactly. The same eyes. The same nose. The same scar above the eyebrow. The same face. The woman whispered, "If you're seeing this, then the 7th gate has awakened." Elias couldn't speak. She smiled. "I am your ancestor." The world shattered. Elias woke beneath the memory tree. Myra was kneeling beside him. "Elias." He sat up. "What happened?" "You collapsed." "How long?" "Seconds." Elias looked at the tree. The name beneath his own had changed. A second name appeared. Lyra Vale. He recognized it. The woman from the vision. His ancestor. The first guardian. Marmalade stared at the name. Impossible. Elias stood. "What's wrong?" Marmalade looked frightened. "I knew Lyra." "You knew her?" "Yes." "How?" Marmalade lowered his head. "Because I was there when she created the veil." Silence. Elias stared at him. "You've been alive that long?" Marmalade shrugged. "I'm a very old cat." "You're not a cat." "I can be both." "That's not how biology works." "Magic doesn't care about biology." Elias opened his mouth. Closed it. "Fine." He looked at the tree. "What do we do now?" Myra answered. "We find the 2nd gate." "Where?" Marmalade pointed toward the horizon. The city of glass. Rowan frowned. That's 300 miles away. Marmalade smiled. Not anymore. He snapped his fingers. The ground beneath them opened. Elias stared down. A railway track appeared. A train waited beneath the earth. It was black. Its windows glowed blue. Steam poured from its chimney. A conductor leaned out. He had the head of a raven. Tickets. Marmalade handed him a coin. The conductor examined it. Expired. Marmalade sighed. Of course it is. The conductor pointed at Elias. Human. Yes. Alive. Mostly. The conductor shrugged. Good enough. The train doors opened. Elias stepped inside. Rowan followed. Myra followed. Ember jumped onto Elias's shoulder. Marmalade transformed into a cat again. Elias looked at him. You're coming. The cat yawned. Meow. That's a yes. Meow. The train whistle screamed. The doors closed. The train began moving. Elias looked through the window. The memory tree disappeared into darkness. Far behind them, 7 black lights appeared in the sky. One after another. The veil was breaking. And somewhere beneath the world, the Hollow King laughed. Chapter 9. The City of Glass. The train traveled through impossible places. It passed beneath oceans, through mountains, across the inside of a giant clock. Once, Elias saw a second train traveling upside down above them. He waved. The passengers waved back. One of them appeared to be a skeleton. Elias decided not to ask. After 6 hours, the conductor announced, "Next stop, the city of glass. The train slowed. The doors opened. Elias stepped onto the platform. His first thought was that the city was beautiful. His second thought was that it was terrifying. Every building was made of glass. Glass streets. Glass towers. Glass bridges. Even the trees were transparent. The entire city reflected the sky. Thousands of versions of Elias stared back at him from every direction. In one reflection he was old. In another he was wearing a crown. In another he was carrying a sword. In another he was standing beside the Hollow King. Elias stopped. Why am I seeing different versions of myself? Myra answered, the city of glass shows possibilities. All of them. All that could happen. Elias looked at one reflection. It showed him standing alone. Aurelia was burning behind him. He looked away. Rowan noticed. Don't worry. About what? Most of those futures are terrible. That's supposed to make me feel better. Not really. They continued through the city. At the center stood a tower. Unlike the other buildings, it wasn't transparent. It was completely black. Marmalade stopped. The second gate. Elias looked up. What's inside? Your choice. That's vague. It usually is. They entered. The door closed behind them. Inside was a circular chamber. There were no stairs. No windows. Only 7 mirrors. 6 were cracked. The 7th was perfect. Elias approached it. His reflection smiled. Elias didn't. The reflection stepped out of the mirror. It was him. Same face. Same clothes. Same scar. But its eyes were black. It smiled. Hello, Elias. Elias stepped backward. Who are you? The reflection laughed. You're magic. No. Yes. I don't look like that. Not yet. The black-eyed Elias stepped closer. You've spent your entire life thinking magic was something you didn't have. He touched Elias's shoulder. You were wrong. Elias pushed him away. Get out of my head. I am your head. The room shook. Myra shouted, Elias. The black-eyed reflection raised its hand. 6 mirrors shattered. Only one remained. The reflection smiled. Choose. Elias stared. Choose what? Which future you want? The mirror showed 7 possibilities. In the first, Elias became a powerful wizard. In the second, he became king. In the third, he destroyed Aurelia. In the fourth, he returned to his normal life. In the fifth, his grandmother died. In the sixth, Rowan and Myra died. In the seventh, the Hollow King stood beside him. Elias stared at them. Which one is real? The reflection smiled. None. Then what's the point? The reflection's smile disappeared. The point is that you decide. Elias stepped toward the mirror. He raised his hand. The black mark burned. I don't want any of these. The reflection frowned. I want my own future. The mirror cracked. Then shattered. The entire tower began collapsing. Myra grabbed Elias. Run. They sprinted outside. Behind them, the black tower exploded into millions of pieces of glass. But none of the glass hit the ground. It floated. Every shard reflected the same image. Elias, standing before the 7th gate. And behind him stood the Hollow King. The 2nd gate had opened. The war had begun. Chapter 10. The King Who Wasn't a King. The city of glass was falling apart. This was inconvenient. Elias had never considered himself particularly difficult to impress, but watching an entire city collapse into millions of floating shards had changed his standards. "Is this normal?" he shouted. Myra ran beside him. "No." "Good. Why would that be good?" "I don't know." A tower behind them shattered. Glass rained across the street. Except it didn't fall. Every fragment stopped in midair. Then the pieces began moving. They formed shapes. Birds. Wolves. Dragons. One enormous glass serpent coiled around the tallest building. Rowan stared. "I think the city is alive." Myra nodded. "It always was." Elias looked at her. "You could have mentioned that." "I thought you knew." "Why would I know that?" "You've been here before." Elias stopped. "What?" Myra stopped too. "What did you say?" "You've been here before." "I've never been here." Myra looked confused. "Of course you have." "When?" "Before you were born." Elias stared at her. "That doesn't make sense." "It doesn't have to." Myra pointed toward the center of the city. A huge glass door had appeared. On it was a symbol. The burning eye. Elias's symbol. The door opened. Inside stood a man. He was tall. He wore a white coat. His hair was silver. His eyes were golden. He looked remarkably young. Perhaps 25. He smiled. "Elias Vale." Elias stopped. "Who are you?" The man bowed. "My name is Cale." Elias frowned. "No." The man smiled. Not the same Kale. Elias looked at Rowan. How many Kales are there? Apparently too many. The man laughed. I am Kale Ardent. Myra's face became pale. The last king of the Old Kingdom. Elias looked at him. You're the king. Was. But you look young. Yes. Kale smiled. Kings have their advantages. You're dead. Technically. That's not reassuring. Kale walked toward them. You're carrying the seventh gate. Elias crossed his arms. So everyone keeps telling me. Kale's expression became serious. But they haven't told you what it is. Elias stared at him. Then tell me. Kale looked toward the floating glass fragments. The seventh gate isn't a door. He pointed at Elias. It's a key. Elias frowned. A key to what? The original world. Myra whispered. Kale. He ignored her. Before Aurelia, before the veil, before the 6 kingdoms, there was one world. Elias listened. It was called Illyrian. The Old Kingdom. No. Kale looked at him. The Old World. A strange sensation passed through Elias. He suddenly remembered something. A place he had never visited. A city beneath a purple sun. A woman with silver hair. A black crown. And a voice whispering his name. He stumbled. Myra caught him. What did you see? I don't know. Kale smiled sadly. You are remembering. Remembering what? Your first life. Elias stared. My what? Your first life. Rowan raised his hand. Sorry. Kale looked at him. Yes. How many lives does he get? Kale smiled. 7. Rowan lowered his hand. Right. Elias looked at Kale. 7. 7 lives? Why? Because the seventh gate has 7 locks. Elias felt his chest tighten. And I've already used one. Kale nodded. The awakening. So what happens when I use all 7? Kale didn't answer. Myra did. You die. Silence. Elias laughed. Wonderful. Kale's expression remained serious. Not exactly. How is that better? You don't die. Kale looked toward the dark sky. You disappear. Dash dash. Chapter 11. The 7 Lives of Elias Vale. They left the city of glass before sunset. At least, they thought they did. Nobody knew exactly where the city ended. The glass streets shifted constantly. One moment Elias was walking through a market. The next he was walking across a bridge suspended above a sea of clouds. Then he was standing inside a library. Then inside his grandmother's kitchen. Eventually Myra found the correct road. Elias decided not to ask how. They traveled for 2 days. Kale came with them. He was difficult to understand. He could walk through walls. He could summon weapons from shadows. He could turn into a raven. And, according to Rowan, he made terrible tea. How did you become king? Elias asked him one evening. Kale sat beside the fire. I was born. That's it? Mostly. Sounds easy. It wasn't. Kale looked into the flames. My kingdom was already dying when I inherited the crown. Because of the Hollow King. No. Then what? The veil. Elias frowned. I thought the veil protected everyone. It did. Then why was your kingdom dying? Because the veil separated magic from the world, Kale picked up a stone. When Lyra created it, she saved millions. But nothing comes without a price. The stone began glowing. Magic became concentrated in Aurelia. He crushed the stone. Humanity lost it. Elias looked at him. So the hidden world exists because humans lost magic. Partly. And the Hollow King. Kale's expression darkened. He was never a king. Everyone calls him that. Because they were afraid of his real name. What is it? Kale looked at Elias. You've heard it? Elias frowned. When? Inside your dreams. Elias remembered the voice. A whisper. A name. He suddenly knew. Vare. Kale nodded. Vare. Myra looked toward the forest. We shouldn't say that name. Why? Because names have power. Rowan smiled. That's superstition. A branch behind him snapped. Rowan froze. Probably a squirrel. Another branch snapped. Then another. Myra stood. Everyone up. The forest went silent. A dozen red eyes appeared between the trees. Elias reached for his magic. Kale stopped him. No. Why? They're not enemies. A creature stepped into the firelight. It looked like a wolf. Except it was enormous. Its fur was silver. Its eyes were blue. And a crown of antlers grew from its head. The creature bowed. Kale stood. Guardian. The wolf spoke. King. Elias stared. The wolf talks. Rowan nodded. Magic. Right. The guardian looked at Elias. The seventh has awakened. Kale nodded. Yes. The first has opened. Yes. The second has opened. Yes. The wolf looked toward the sky. The third will open before dawn. Myra's face went pale. That's impossible. The guardian growled. The veil is collapsing faster than we expected. Cale turned toward Elias. We have to reach the third gate. Where is it? The guardian answered. In the place where no magic exists. Elias frowned. Where's that? The wolf looked toward the human world. London. Chapter 12. The most magical place in London. Elias had been to London many times. He knew the underground. He knew the museums. He knew which bakery sold the best sausage rolls. He knew that tourists stopped in the middle of pavements for no reason. What he didn't know was that beneath London existed an entire magical kingdom. They entered through a broken phone booth. This disappointed Elias. He had expected something more dramatic. A phone booth. Myra shrugged. People never look inside. They step through. The world changed. London remained above them. But beneath it was another city. A hidden city. Ancient streets ran beneath the underground. Magical signs glowed in dozens of languages. Witches hurried past wearing modern clothes. Goblin engineers repaired enormous machines. A dragon slept beneath a railway bridge. Elias stared. So Aurelia isn't the only hidden magical place. No. How many are there? Myra hesitated. 23. 23. Known ones. How many unknown? Nobody knows. Rowan grinned. You look happy. I am. Why? Because for once, I'm not the strangest thing here. A small creature walked past them. It had 3 heads. All three had stared at Elias. One said, "Human." The second said, "Seventh." The third said, "Run." Elias looked at Myra. "Why should I run?" The creature pointed behind him. Elias turned. A man stood at the end of the street. He wore a dark suit. He carried an umbrella. He looked completely ordinary, except for the fact that his shadow was moving independently. Myra whispered, "Veil Keeper." The man smiled. "Good evening." Cale stepped forward. "You followed us." "Of course." "Why?" The man's shadow stretched across the street. "Because the boy is ours." Elias felt the magic inside him stir. The man looked directly at him. "You don't understand what you are." Elias clenched his fists. "Everyone keeps saying that. You are not the vessel." The man smiled. "You are the door." The shadow behind him suddenly expanded. It swallowed the street. Myra raised her wand. Cale drew his sword. Rowan grabbed Elias. "Run." Elias shook him off. "No." Rowan stared. "Elias, I'm tired of running." The shadow came closer. Elias stepped forward. His black mark ignited. The street trembled. The magical lights went out. Every window shattered. The man stopped smiling. For the first time, he looked afraid. Elias raised his hand. The forbidden magic erupted. But this time, it didn't attack. It formed a shield. A gigantic black circle appeared above London. Every magical creature in the hidden city looked up. The Veil Keeper whispered, "The third gate." The sky cracked. A golden line appeared across it. Then another. Then another. 3 enormous doors became visible above the city. The first was blue. The second was silver. The third was gold. The golden door began opening. Something enormous moved behind it. Cale looked at Elias. That shouldn't be possible. Elias stared upward. What is it? Cale answered quietly. The thing the veil was built to keep out. The golden door opened completely. A giant eye appeared behind it. Then a voice filled the city. Elias. Elias froze. He knew that voice. It was the voice from his dreams. The voice from the storm. The voice inside his magic. The eye opened. Come home. The forbidden magic inside Elias answered. Not with words. With laughter. And somewhere beneath London, the third gate unlocked. Chapter 13. The thing behind the gate. The eye in the sky blinked. London stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. Cars froze in the streets above. Rain hung motionless in the air. A bird remained suspended halfway through a wing beat. Even the underground trains stopped between stations. Elias could hear his own heartbeat. Thump. 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 Then the voice returned. Elias. He looked up. The golden gate was enormous now. It stretched across the sky like a second horizon. Behind it was darkness. Not empty darkness. Something was moving inside it. Something vast. Myra grabbed Elias's arm. Don't listen. He looked at her. What? Don't answer it. Why? Because it knows your name. So, nothing should know your true name. Elias frowned. Why? Myra's face was pale. Because in the old magic, a true name is a doorway. Elias looked toward the sky. The eye blinked again. The voice whispered, Elias Vale. The black mark on his palm burned. He felt something pulling at him. Not physically. Something deeper. Like a memory. Like homesickness. Like standing outside a locked door and knowing everything you had ever loved was on the other side. Elias took one step forward. Myra grabbed him. No. I need to know. You don't. How do you know? Because everyone who went through that gate never came back. Elias looked at Cale. Is that true? Cale didn't answer. Cale. The old king finally nodded. Yes. Elias looked back at the gate. Then what is behind it? Cale's voice was quiet. Your first home. Dash. The Veil Keeper attacked. His shadow shot across the street like a living creature. Cale blocked it. Steel struck darkness. The impact shattered every window within 50 meters. Rowan grabbed Myra. We need to get out of here. We can't. Why? Because the city is frozen. Then unfreeze it. I'm trying. Myra raised her wand. Green light erupted. Nothing happened. She tried again. Still nothing. Elias looked at her. Why isn't your magic working? She shook her head. The third gate is suppressing everything. The Veil Keeper laughed. Exactly. His shadow wrapped around Cale. Cale struggled. Get away from him. Elias stepped forward. The black magic inside him surged. The Veil Keeper turned. You. Elias raised his hand. You wanted me. Yes. Then come get me. The Keeper smiled. His shadow vanished. Then he appeared directly behind Elias. A cold hand closed around his throat. Elias gasped. Got you. Black veins spread across his neck. The world blurred. Myra shouted his name. Rowan drew his blade. Too slow. The keeper whispered into Elias's ear. Do you know why the Hollow King wants you? Elias struggled. Tell me. Because you are the only person who can kill him. Elias froze. The keeper continued. And the only person who can save him. The grip tightened. Elias couldn't breathe. Then Ember bit the keeper's ankle. The keeper screamed. What is that? Ember transformed. The tiny fox became a creature the size of a horse. 3 tails erupted behind it. Antlers grew from its head. Blue fire covered its body. It slammed into the keeper. The shadow shattered. Elias fell. He coughed. Ember. The creature growled. Rowan stared. That's not a fox. Myra shook her head. No. Cale looked at Ember. His expression changed. That's a starborn. Myra turned. Impossible. Cale nodded. The last one died before the veil was raised. Ember snarled. The golden gate above them began to close. The eye disappeared. The city started moving again. Cars continued. Rain fell. Trains resumed. People screamed. Nobody knew what had happened. The Veil Keeper was gone. But the Golden Gate remained. A crack in the sky. A wound in reality. Elias stared at it. Can we close it? Cale looked at him. Yes. How? You have to open it first. Elias frowned. That doesn't make sense. Welcome to magic. Chapter 14. The door beneath the river. They needed to reach the Thames. Cale said the third gate was beneath the river. Elias thought that sounded ridiculous. Then again, nothing about the last few days had been remotely normal. They reached the river shortly after midnight. London had returned to normal. Almost. A few people were staring at the sky. Most assumed the strange golden crack was some kind of light phenomenon. Elias found this comforting. Humans were remarkably good at ignoring impossible things. Myra pointed toward the water. There. Elias saw nothing. Where? The reflection. He looked. The river reflected London. Buildings. Bridges. Lights. But there was one extra structure. A tower. It didn't exist above the water. Only in the reflection. Elias touched the river. The surface turned black. A staircase appeared beneath it. Rowan stared. That's new. Elias stepped down. The water didn't touch him. They descended beneath the river. The deeper they went, the colder it became. After several minutes, they reached a door. It was made from gold. 7 symbols were carved across it. 3 were glowing. Myra touched the first. First gate. Then the second. Second gate. Then the third. Third gate. Elias touched the fourth. Nothing. The fourth isn't open. Not yet. He touched the fifth. Nothing. Sixth. Nothing. Seventh. The door shook. Everyone stepped backward. Elias's palm burned. The 7th symbol opened like an eye. A voice whispered from behind the door. Welcome back. Elias froze. Again. The voice laughed. You still don't remember. Remember what? You promised. What did I promise? To return. Elias looked at Cale. The old king was staring at the door. "Who is that?" Cale whispered. "Lyra." Elias's heart stopped. "My ancestor." "Yes. She's alive." "No." "Then why is she talking?" Cale looked at him. "Because the veil remembers her." The door opened. Inside was a chamber. At the center stood a woman. Silver hair. White robes. A crown of light. Lyra Vale. She looked exactly as Elias had seen her in the vision. But this time she wasn't a memory. She looked directly at him. "Elias." He couldn't speak. Lyra smiled. "You came." Elias finally found his voice. "Are you real? Does it matter?" "Yes." She stepped closer. "You have my eyes." "You said that before." "I know." "Why am I here?" "Because the veil is failing." "I know." "No." Lyra's expression became serious. "You don't understand." She pointed toward the golden door behind her. "The Hollow King isn't trying to escape." Elias frowned. "Then what is he doing?" "He's trying to warn you." Silence. Myra stepped forward. "Warn him about what?" Lyra looked at her. "The people who created the 7 gates." Myra's eyes widened. "Who?" Lyra answered. "Humans." Elias stared. "Humans created the gates." "Yes." "Why?" "Because magic was dying." Lyra looked toward the ceiling. Humanity wanted more. So they created the Hollow King. No. She shook her head. They created something that could consume magic. Elias felt cold. "What?" Lyra looked directly at him. "The Hollow King." Chapter 15. The truth about Vare. Nobody spoke. Even Rowan had stopped making jokes. Elias looked at Lyra. You said humans created him. Yes. Why? To save their world. By creating a monster. At first, he wasn't a monster. Lyra walked toward the golden door. His name was Vaer. The name echoed. Elias felt the forbidden magic react. He was a boy. Lyra continued. A human child born with an impossible gift. What gift? He could absorb magic. Myra frowned. Absorb. All magic. Lyra raised her hand. A small flame appeared. Vaer's name appeared inside it. The ancient kingdoms were fighting. Magic was being consumed by war. She closed her fist. The flame disappeared. Vaer was supposed to end the war. What went wrong? He became hungry. Elias felt his stomach tighten. How hungry? Lyra looked at him. Magic was not enough. She paused. He began consuming memories. Elias remembered the village. The people forgetting every day. The village. Lyra nodded. One of many. What happened to him? The humans tried to kill him. Did they succeed? No. Then what did they do? They split him. Elias stared. Split him. 7 pieces. Lyra pointed toward the 7 symbols. 7 gates. Elias looked at the symbols. The Hollow King is 1 piece. Lyra nodded. Each gate contains part of Vaer. Elias whispered, and the 7th. Lyra smiled sadly. The heart. Elias stepped backward. No. Yes. The magic inside me is Vaer's heart. The chamber went silent. Elias looked at his palm. The black symbol pulsed. He suddenly heard a heartbeat. Not his. Something deeper. Older. Thump. 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 Lyra whispered, "You are carrying the part of him that remembers being human." Elias looked at her. "Then why does he want me?" "Because he wants his heart back." "Then why is he trying to kill me?" "He's not." Elias froze. "What?" Lyra looked toward the golden door. "The people controlling the Hollow King's body are." Myra stepped forward. "Controlling him." Lyra nodded. "The Hollow King is not one person." Elias felt a chill. "What do you mean?" "The 7 pieces were separated." She looked at the 7 gates, "but someone has been gathering them." "Who?" Lyra's face became grim. "The Veil Keepers." The golden door opened. A wind rushed through the chamber. Black smoke poured inside. Kale drew his sword. "Myra." "I see it." The smoke formed a figure. A man. Tall. Thin. Wearing a crown of black fire. Elias recognized the face. The face from his dreams. The Hollow King. Vaer. But this time, Elias saw something different. He looked tired. Not evil. Not angry. Tired. Vaer looked at Elias. "Little brother." Elias froze. "What?" Vaer smiled. "We've been waiting for you." Myra raised her wand. Vaer ignored her. "Do you remember now?" Elias shook his head. "No." "You will." Vaer reached toward him. The black magic inside Elias responded. Elias's eyes filled with darkness. He saw a memory. Two children running through a field. One boy, one girl. The boy was Veyr. The girl was Lyra. They were laughing. Then the memory changed. Lyra was older. Veyr was trapped inside a circle. 7 men stood around him. Lyra was crying. Veyr looked at her. Don't let them do this. Lyra screamed. I can't stop them. The 7 men raised their hands. Magic exploded. Veyr disappeared. The memory shattered. Elias returned to the chamber. Tears were running down his face. Lyra stood before him. I'm sorry. Elias looked at her. You didn't create the veil to imprison him. No. You created it to keep the pieces separated. Yes. And now they're coming back together. Lyra nodded. Yes. Elias looked toward Veyr. What happens if they reunite? Veyr answered. I become whole. And then Veyr smiled. Then the world ends. Elias stared at him. That's not reassuring. Veyr laughed. For the first time, Elias heard something almost human in the Hollow King's voice. That's why I need you. To stop you. No. Veyr's eyes darkened. To decide whether I should exist. The golden door slammed shut. The chamber went dark. And the 4th gate began to open.